If the peanut gallery could lower the volume slightly. Fabulous. Thanks much. Good morning. It's lovely to see everyone. Hope you had a good night's sleep and oh my gosh, the table is full of people. Flowers are still here. Please help yourself, get up and down, especially during this sort of intro, the next 10 minutes or so, to grab food and drinks from over there. I'm going to run through just a few kind of intro things. Usually at the beginning of the day, we'd have a moment for you all to just kind of like talk about your thoughts with the person next to you. We're not going to do that today, actually, because the day is so stacked with stuff. It's going to be, hopefully just an incredible wealth of knowledge and interesting things throughout the day. Every day I'll start off with just a reminder of one of your agreements. And by the way, you're always welcome to add to those if another one comes up at some point. But I think a really pertinent one to today is to be open to new ideas and to listen with care. A reminder that this is the information discovery section. Had a note yesterday every day we review, the researchers sort of tell us the general themes from your end of day surveys. No specifics, but just sort of the themes, things that are coming up. And moderators talk about what's happening in small groups, and you all tell us stuff as well. And somebody mentioned yesterday, or maybe a couple people, that folks were sort of tending into sometimes, making statements or talking about sort of the problem quite a bit, or just sort of there was some veering off focus, which totally makes sense. It's natural. We're all just human and chatting with each other. But if we can, especially when there are folks in the room who have information to share, if we can all help each other, and the moderators will be a little bit more involved per that feedback today to help steer on to the topic and to direct questions to folks at hand. So that's a request to everyone to help with that and to remain curious first and foremost. Next weekend will be all about sort of analyzing this information and digging into it. Right now is collect as much as possible. And with that in mind, one thing I forgot to say yesterday was that please take notes if you're willing and able. You will be depending on each other for sort of remembering things that people say. So if several people take down things, that becomes really helpful later. You can compare notes. And also throughout the day, there'll be sticky notes around everywhere. So if you come up with sort of new key bits of information or new questions that are developing for you, please write those down. And when there's a break or a transition, throw them on the wall. And okay, a couple more things about just that we heard from various folks. It's interesting, like a couple folks said there was a little too much process talk yesterday, and a couple folks said, oh, we didn't do the cognitive biases at the end of the day. We missed that. I wanted So don't worry, we'll do that real fast right now. But there will be very little process today. It will be all content fire hose to the face today. So if you need a break, that's totally understandable. Take breaths and take a quick walk outside and take care of yourself, even if it's in a small group. That's totally normal. Take a moment for yourself. Another thing that we heard a couple times was related to demographics and representation. You all have a note, that sheet, and there's a great question the other day about that. So yes, as you'll note on that representation, on that demographic profile sort of sheet, and we haven't redone it since alternates yesterday, but we will. You'll notice that there were a couple of categories where the number on the assembly, or the percentage on the assembly, is less than what is in the general population. And it's only by maybe 1 or 2 people versus what the target was, but that's still significant in a group of 30. And and I just, yeah, so I wanted to acknowledge that. I think I said on the slide the other day, oh, this is representative of the population. Oh, not quite. There's a couple of gaps there. And that in the case of Latino residents of Deschutes County, we noticed that early on, and then did additional sort of outreach, a bunch of sort of a phone banking and texts and other stuff to sort of open up the response window a little bit more. And after the official deadline, to anyone, there were other people a couple other people that came in during that period as well. We were like, let's just open this up a little bit more and be a little bit looser. So yeah, and did get a little bit bigger pool during that period that a couple of you may have come in on. So appreciate everybody for signing up and responding and being here. And yeah, it's always a work in progress, and would always appreciate feedback about how to do that better, or what might make this sort of invitation more, welcoming and accessible is something we're really interested in and are never going to get right. So, but hopefully we can improve. Wanted to mention, there was a note from someone about moderators and content in a couple of cases. The moderators asked a couple questions about that kind of boundary. We're all just sort of still learning together. So they'll be a little bit more, they won't get involved in the kind of, summarizing information or things like that. But they will be very involved in sort of, just reminding folks to stay on topic, or to be respectful of each other. That kind of thing, of course, is still their role. Somebody mentioned, could we have a clock? There is actually a clock. It's back there, though, so a little hard to see. And a couple people mentioned that I think I started with this side of the room a lot yesterday, which is probably a cognitive bias, speaking of, in my brain, reading left to right. And I meant to go back to this side or start in the back. I'll try to be more random today, so I heard that. Okay, cool. Speaking of cognitive biases, there's a handout that I think you might have gotten around. Yeah, grab that and throw it in your binder later. This is sort of a fun handout. I won't talk through all of them, but there's lots of different ways that our brains work and process information, and how and they're just sort of things that we all do regardless of anything else, to one extent or another at any given time. And even if we know they exist, we still do them. But they're kind of fun. Sometimes panels or assemblies like to sort of point them out as they come up. And I'll point out an interesting one that we were talking about this morning, which is the anchoring bias. There's things that can happen where we can establish things, often like establishing things in writing. This happened, I think, a little bit yesterday. I put up on screen like here's these group agreements that previous assemblies have suggested. There's an anchoring bias right there. I think it anchored the group a little bit in like, okay, these are what's established. We don't really need to add to it, and which is totally fine in that context. Great, hey, that's coming from somewhere good, but that can happen when somebody sort of introduces something first. Likewise, the bandwagon effect is sort of another way that things can not if something's written down or if it's coming first, but if it's just sort of groups in small groups I'm sure we've all seen this happen, can get together around an idea sort of slowly and form sort of a little mob mentality kind of around an idea. We all have blind spots all over the place, and we often don't even know what those blind spots are. But interesting to try to identify those when we've sussed one out. Sometimes these are called unconscious biases, which sort of implies that, we don't always know what they are. Sometimes we do know what they are or can recognize them, and sometimes we need a little bit of help with that. So when we can gently help each other, that's wonderful. A lot of things fall into the category of confirmation bias. We often, all of us do this on a near constant basis, look for patterns in things based on what we want to see, and are not necessarily looking at the evidence first or the information and then deriving a view from that, but rather backfilling from our view and finding things that fit it. So whenever we can kind of especially today, and that's sort of part of the point of this being a space of discovery and investigation, is to, for just the moment, try to set aside our views as much as possible and just try to gather the information to try to work the other direction back toward the decision rather than starting with the decision and backfilling with evidence for it. Information bias, this is something that will come up. I'm surprised actually I didn't see it or didn't hear from it from the researchers that people said it more, but there is an unlimited potential of information about this or any other topic, and you have an extremely limited amount of time to deal with it. So it will always feel like there's not enough time and not enough information. And the information bias is about continuously seeking information and never moving into the decision-making stage, which would make all decisions possible if we really waited for all information to be there, because it's not possible to get all information, no matter how long this process was. So at some point we will have to make that transition, and it will be painful. But we'll have to do the best with the information we have, which is what all decision makers are doing all the time. And finally, authority bias. I guess I did go through all of them. This can work two ways, which is interesting. Like, it can be, and we can, as individuals, do it both ways. We can preference people in positions of authority and think that they, are right simply because they've been established in some way as experts or authority figures. Or on the flip side, we can disregard all the information they're presenting simply because they've been established as authority figures. And in both of those cases, we're not treating the information in its own right. And so as you listen to folks, if you can try to extract the information away from your views of even the person sometimes, and deal with it in its own right, and evaluate it, that's what this one is encouraging. Or just recognizing, I guess, recognizing that that can happen, that we all have those biases in different directions. Okay, I think that's sort of a quick run through. Normally, well, I guess as we go through here, I'd be really interested, or when we have debriefs, if folks have, interesting examples that you come across of where some of these might popped up. Please don't name names or call anybody out, and none of that needed. But just, interesting things that come up. Has anyone seen any of these appear yet already? I noted, I think I did one of them already, but yeah, well, if you think of one, that's just sometimes, yeah, go for it.
Excuse me, for some reason I keep getting back to this idea of like boys and I don't know what the statistics are, but at least like overall, excuse me. Overall, homelessness is more of a problem for men. I think there's something like 70% of men in general are homeless compared to, the numbers are 70% men. I just wonder if that's the same is true for youth. And with that in mind, it seems like we should be considering any structural impediments or things that are going on that are specific to men as well as women, but focusing on men. And I think there's a tendency to ignore boys and their natures and how that relates to the problem.
And Scott, were you pointing to maybe a potential blind spot bias there, perhaps, or confirmation bias? Oh, fair. All right, interesting. Well, if you notice other ones of those, bring them up. All right, cool. Let me just check my notes here really fast. Anybody have any other questions or concerns, comments, anything straight off the top, or things to tell your fellow delegates? Okay, great. All right, well, if anything comes up at any point, please put your note card up or let me know, and we can do that, check in at any point about anything. So right off the top here, the thing I've been maybe most looking forward to is to invite members of the Central Oregon Youth Action Board here. They're going to be here for an hour and a half, and then I think a number of them are going to stick around and be here for lunch as well. So you get to chat with them, hang out if you'd like over lunch. I'll start with Eliza, who will be moderating a panel, and yeah, come on up. Eliza, who met yesterday, and 3 members of the YAB have agreed to talk here in front for let's say, yeah, up to about 30 minutes, but as long as you'd like within that time, till about 9, actually, yeah, let's go for till about 9:45-ish. And I'll let Eliza introduce the YAB members. You can use both of these microphones or either or. Okay, here we go.
Good morning. I'm going to wait. Yes, hello again. I'm going to wait for everybody to come up, and then we can introduce ourselves. You can sit right here. Sorry. Great. So I have a series of questions I'm going to ask them. We'll do introductions first. But then, and I don't know if we have time afterwards. I know you guys are going to break up into small groups and get a chance to kind of talk to youth in a smaller setting. So I'll start. I introduced myself yesterday, but I'll do it again. My name is Eliza Wilson, and in this setting, I do a lot of work with the YAB just as an older adult partner. We say it that way because they're also adults. I'm just an older adult. So we try really to emphasize that piece of that they are adults in their own way, you know, and just younger, and that we respect their, you know, what they have to say. So I'll pass it off to Anthony.
Hello, my name is Anthony Angel, and I am the co-chair of the YAB.
Hi, I'm Isabel Patterson, and I am the chair of the Youth Advisory Action Board.
Hi, my name is Kira Akito. I am the RSVP for the Oh, sorry. My name is Kita. I'm the RSVP for the Youth Action Board.
I think we'll just share the two. So with these questions, if there's a question that you guys don't want to answer, we're not going to go in order. So you guys get to pick what you want to answer. Just to kind of kick us off, as people who have experienced homelessness, all 4 of us, we know firsthand that there are many reasons that young people go through this. Yesterday, I talked with this group about families who experience homelessness and how that's connected to then youth experiencing homelessness. We also talked about when youth exit foster care or other institutions, and that they're at greater risk, and other financial factors as well. What do you feel was the main factor for you? Yeah. What do you feel was the main factor to you experiencing homelessness?
I feel like the main factor was probably age, because I started at a really young age, and as you grow up, you get more experiences and like are more taught different things as you grow up. And I feel like because I was so young, it was really hard for me to like grasp the concept of like this is happening, and like a lot of people don't know that like it happens at a really young age. So everyone treated me way differently than like if I were just some other kid at school.
And just to kind of highlight, because I know that we had a couple different presenters yesterday, in Central Oregon, we only have, or at the time, for Isabel, there was only one shelter that would accept youth under the age of 18, and because she was a minor, and that's still the case, only JBRJ shelters can an under 18 youth go to those shelters. So other shelters like the Bethlehem Inn, Shepherd's House, youth can't access those if they're under the age of 18 at any point unless they're with a parent or guardian. Does anyone else want to answer that question?
A factor for me being homeless, well, I grew up homeless most of my life. And then for my adult homelessness, though, I had left foster care, but leaving the foster care system, I was provided no help or any resources for that. And I was kind of left on my own. So, but with that, it's also becomes almost like an addiction to being homeless because I don't know anything else because I've been homeless all of my life. And having a stable environment is sort of scary for me. Not so much the case now, but that was and were the factors to my homelessness.
Good. When you first became unhoused, which adult did you go to for help? If you didn't have someone to go to for help, who do you think would be a good place for youth to go to for help?
Myself personally, I didn't really have any support group at all. I moved around a lot, so I didn't really have people to keep in my circle. Um, Honestly, if there is nowadays more and more supports popping up within our society and groups, talking to anyone, honestly. If you're in school, those teachers, those counselors, those people who are there in all these places for resources for these issues. The options personally.
I didn't really have a supporting adult either when I became homeless or growing up. So, with that, all I have to say is finding people to talk to. And meaning that, I mean mostly like a therapist, for instance, that would have helped me a lot because that would have pointed me out into people of who I shouldn't have been around and shouldn't have been talking to. And that's another thing that should be addressed is who you shouldn't be around because a lot of people will take advantage, especially of homeless youth and just the homeless in general. So that's what I really needed is someone to guide me really. So if you can find someone to guide you through life, that would be the goal.
Thank you for saying that because I think that that was kind of what I was thinking about when kind of writing this question with Rosie. I want to call out Rosie because she helped me write these questions. It's hard to think about because I think that that piece of like when you're experiencing homelessness, when you're already there, kind of part of the reason that you are experiencing it as a young person, at least for myself, I can only speak for myself, is because there weren't a lot of adults that were safe. So we're then learning as a young person, okay, adults aren't safe. And so it was hard for me to then open up. A lot of people might think, not having experienced it, oh, you could go to any adult. But it didn't feel safe for me to talk about it. I didn't know what would happen. Does that feel, yeah. Did you find it difficult to access help as a homeless youth? And I'm kind of talking about like information or any other accessibility to it. What were some of the challenges you faced?
I think my whole life I've probably found a lot of like difficult. Sorry. I think it's hard for me to just find access or like sources in general, just because they're not really put out there. Like we have stuff put up at schools and stuff, but no one really talks about it. Like, you have to, like, stop in the middle of the hallway just to look. And everyone's just trying to get to their classes, so I would say a lot of the challenges that come with that is you never really know, like, where you're supposed, like, what you're supposed to do. No one's guiding you there, and it's just hard.
Once again, I moved around a lot, so trying to find help and have access to help that was consistent was very difficult. In a lot of the places that I had lived, there wasn't there was little to no access to any homeless help, any resources, unfortunately. I'm glad to say there's a lot more nowadays. I definitely need more than that. Um, one, like Eliza said, having people that I trusted, that was a very big thing for me. Being exposed to a lot of people who haven't been trustworthy. Uh, been difficult in a lot of different ways, but
Um, I'm just gonna speak on it real quick. For me, accessing help it's difficult because I don't think anyone really cares to address the youth. At least in my experience, no one cared to address the youth homelessness or ask questions about it or asked what they needed. Because I grew up when I was homeless with a lot of other homeless youth. It wasn't just me in one spot; it was a bunch of us together. So no one really cared to like question us and what we were doing. So with that, we just had no information whatsoever. And with that as well, once I entered the foster care system, I got a lot more help than I did than just not being in the foster care system. So with that, there's definitely more of a bias towards youth who enter the foster care system than there is when they don't enter the foster care system.
That's a great point because I think that that sometimes I said this yesterday to the group. Sometimes youth maybe don't ask for help because they're afraid of entering the foster care system, but that you can access resources there that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access. I also talked to the group yesterday about how it's very uncommon for youth to be able to enter the foster care system after the age of like 16, because you're kind of at that aging out age, like where, okay, well, they're getting closer to 18 where they don't really need us as a guardian anymore. But that's really great points. Also, if you guys have something you want to say, just interrupt me because you guys know I can talk. What do you think are some common misconceptions about youth experiencing homelessness? What are things that maybe the public might think that, or you've heard that just isn't the case?
I personally would say that one misconception that a lot of people have is that most people still have their families, like they can still depend on their families no matter like who they are, when in reality that's usually not the case. Like, you wouldn't be in that situation if it wasn't for your family sometimes. And I think that is a really big misconception that a lot of people have.
Another one is being able to work. When I was homeless at 14, I was living in a car. I won't say with who because that's their information. But it wasn't by myself. It was with someone that I did trust at the time. But with that, we were panhandling, and because we were just 14, living together in a car. So with that, when we were panhandling, we'd have people drive by us yelling at us to get jobs, and it's just like if we could, we would. We wouldn't want to be out here like begging for money. And with that, it's also drug use is associated with being homeless. That wasn't my case when I was homeless, especially 14. That was like the last thing on my mind. So it's drugs, and I also got accused of just like being around the wrong crowd. It's just like no, I just didn't have any family or anyone to take care of me, and That was the main issue, is being able to work and people avoiding me because they thought I was either dangerous or on drugs, and I was just a 14-year-old kid. I didn't look scary. I was just scared, to be honest, and I couldn't do anything for myself. So,
I would also say another misconception is like we all have phones, right? So like a lot of people think that oh, they have a phone, so they can pretty much contact whoever they want at any time. But like most cases, like we don't have apps and stuff without Wi-Fi. Like we can't talk to other people if we don't have data. We can't talk to people if we don't have Wi-Fi. And like a lot of misconceptions is like if we're in an actual situation where we need somebody, we can just call them because we have a phone. And that's not always the case.
Yeah, you can call 911. That's about it. I think one of the things I've heard over and over again, like not when I was a youth experiencing homelessness, because I didn't talk to nobody about this stuff, because I was afraid. But as an adult, like older adult, and speaking to the community and trying to raise awareness around youth homelessness, something that is often asked of me is like, well, then they should just go home. And Isabel touched on this already. Not everyone has a home to go to or a safe one, and the idea that the public sometimes has that they don't want to follow the rules at home, so they leave home, and that you wouldn't believe how. And it's okay if you thought that, or if that's something that you thought. Most people do, and that's just not the case. It is so much more complex than that. The next question. If there's one thing you want the community to know about your experience or the overall experience of homelessness, what would it be? And it could be more than one thing.
I would probably want the community to know that, just because I have like a lot of friends that do a lot of bad things, like the saying, you are who you hang out with, like doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you're always going to stay that way. You're always going to be like them because it's just like you get into a crowd at some point in your life and like sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But a lot of people think that you're always going to stay in that position. You're always going to be that way. And, a lot of people are always wrong. So.
There's a lot of overgeneralization of people, right? That this is what this group of people does. You guys are so good at this. We went through the questions already. We probably have extra time, right? Okay. So, would you guys be comfortable with if they ask questions and then you could choose if you want to answer them or not? Okay. So you can ask a question. I think we're going to do it the way that you want to help with that because you have this way that you're doing it, and I love it. There's a way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the table tent's on end, and I'll try to mix it up here. Let's go to, I'm going to try to see people that maybe haven't asked as many questions so far yet, and we'll get to everybody, I think, but I haven't heard from you too much, so let's go here first.
Well, thank you for sharing your experiences with us. I was wondering how can adults convey to you that they are safe for you to come to? I imagine just saying so is not sufficient.
Well, it's a little bit difficult to say just point blankly come up to a child and try to do that. But showing consistency, I think, showing that you don't change up the way you act. You're able to show that you are able to be supportive over and over. You're not able getting upset about these things, etc.
I would probably say just like how you approach us on a daily basis, whether it's like talking to us about serious situations, or just wanting to be engaged with us in general.
I'm old now, but I'm going to answer this one for myself. I think that for me, there were not a lot of adults who listened. They would come to situations, like they would interact with me and they already had an idea of what I should do. An example of that is when I first went into the shelter and someone told me, okay, you're going to go get your GED and you're going to do this and you're going to do this and you're going to do this. That's the best course of action for you. And I knew I only went to the shelter because I wanted to graduate high school. And they looked at my transcript and they were like, nope, not possible. And they didn't listen. Well, that it doesn't always work for young people. For me, I was like, well, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I did it, right, in time and with a 4.0. But that last year, not before that. I had like a 0% grade point average. But I think that piece of like listening and understanding that young people do know what they need because they got to this point with no help already. And so that's why the Youth Action Board is so important to plug that, is they know what they need. They know what the community needs because they're the ones who are experiencing the situation. And being consistent. Great answer.
Okay, cool. Still going to mix it. This is based on my memory, so forgive me here, but just looking at the list here, I think I've heard from Benjamin a little bit less, so let's go there.
My question is, you had mentioned that trust in adults was an issue across the board. So, and given that the one institutional touchstone that everybody has is the school system, does it seem to you that decreasing class sizes might be helpful in the sense that it would foster a environment where you can get closer to a teacher and have a closer relationship and so feel more comfortable, and make it so that teachers have a smaller number of students to monitor and thus can monitor them more closely? And or if that's not possible, perhaps maybe a classroom teacher's aide, that's their primary responsibility so the teacher can focus on curriculum. Do you think that would make a meaningful difference?
In my experience, yes, that would make a meaningful difference. Just because I grew up going to alternative schools, and that is their whole objective with that. That's what they do. Their class sizes are less. It's like maybe 20 to 25 students per class. But I also had hour and a half in each class every day. So that's what helped me. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go to high school and experience that like I was supposed to. But all of my middle school, that is the classes that I had to go to. So with that, it does help. And that's a good question because in my experience, and yes.
Oh, if you can use the mic.
Want me to? He has a great loud voice. He said it makes it more engaging for the students when it's smaller.
Cool. All right. It's, I think I've heard from Steve, Kristen, Colleen. We have a couple more. Let's go to Alex, again, based on my faulty memory, so forgive me. Alex.
Based on the conversation we just had, one of the big problems is there's not enough people for you guys to fall back on when you're in that kind of the situation. Do you feel like while you were in school still, if there were more advocates, counselors, resources at the school that were available, that you would be more willing to reach out to them? Or would it be harder for kids to confront these people based on kind of their own, what they're going through?
At the beginning of like my personal experience, I did not attend school because my only thing that I really worried about was surviving. But once I did go back to school, there were a lot of teachers and other like people that would be able to help me. I think having more people just in general like check up on you and make sure that everything's okay, because most teachers, if they really know you, they will check up on you because lack of attendance or like just the way that you look and stuff like that. So, I mean, yes, I do think that if there is more people who are just there to help you and kind of just check up on you on a daily basis, and this isn't just for like homeless people. I think it's just like in general, like everybody just needs a good checkup sometimes. And so, yes.
I think yes, I think if making it more common, more well known, even within the schools, that this is more an issue, that there's more options, etc. I think a lot of times it being like outsourced to only one person or a small group or etc. It makes it feel more ostracizing when a youth were to go and to that outreach, and for any of the other students to see that, or I feel like that can be something that would be a hindrance to people wanting to go to that.
One of the things that we talked about as a group when we were doing the plan, the coordinated community plan of things that we want to work on in the region around homelessness and youth, this group and then the other youth and partners, is the 10-day drop rule. And I don't know if anyone's mentioned that to you guys yet, or if that's something that'll come up today when Sandy's talking to you guys. But in Ben Lapine schools, when a child doesn't attend school for 10 days, they're just dropped and there's no one who follows up. No one the school might call and be like, hey, your kid's not coming to school, but there's no one who like goes really to check up on that. And it's a huge indicator of homelessness, right? Or something's going on. And so that was one thing that we identified in the plan as like, we need to figure that out. There needs to be people checking up and supporting, because it's hard for the young person to come to get help. You have to trust. And I think the teachers, like kids interact with teachers every day, so they may have some trust with the teachers. So I think that's really smart that you guys are thinking of that.
Cool. All right. We're going to stay as close to on schedule as possible. I know there's 4 names up there. Will you have time? You all have time to speak to 2 different groups during this section, at least one of whom will be members of the board. And the other 2 groups, there'll be 3 groups, members of the YAB, and then 2 groups will be talking to staff, and then we'll sort of rotate. That's what's going to happen in this. So I think, did you all get numbers when you walked in for what groups you're going to, or no?
Yes, we just haven't told them yet.
Okay.
So
All right,
they're
cool.
like, no.
All right, cool. That's awesome. Well, first off, a big thank you to all of you for coming here. All right, super. So maybe, if you all want to move toward your groups, the 5 groups are in here. I believe it's groups 1, 2, and 3 are in here, right? And then 4, 5 are over here? Okay, all right. And it's not. I'm going to split up new groups today. We'll do a new set of groups every day. And you may have noticed we randomized you around the room. If you do happen to be sitting near somebody that you sat next to yesterday, that's just because sometimes randomness does that. So sorry, but we'll do this a few more times. So you'll get to meet everybody. Okay, so let's see. We're going to do groups of 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To note, it'll be group 1. From Scott to Ben, you'll be group 2 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll be group 3. From you to Bill. Is that right? That's right. Yep, exactly. Steve, from you to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that's right. Somebody's coming in a little late, I believe, today. Okay, let me do that differently. You'll be group 3 then to Alex. There we go. Kristen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to Catherine. You'll be group 4, and you'll be group 5. 5. That's right. Oh boy. You give me a cup of coffee. All right, head on into your groups. We're going to spend about half an hour in the first group, 25 minutes in the first group, and then we'll come around and the YAB members will actually switch. You'll stay where you're at for this whole 60 minutes. And I should say, as you're moving in there, the YAB members have prepared some other things to chat about first, and then there'll be also time for questions, sort of conversation. Hey everyone, please move back into your small groups where you were for the morning for a little debrief from that session. YAB members and staff, if you're able to hang out for lunch, amazing, and just hang out in the gallery if you would for this next hour and a half. All right, YAB. All right, if we can all head back to the U here, we're gonna head straight into another presentation. And maybe not right now, but whenever there's a transition, you're welcome to post the sticky notes anytime you'd like. When we have, when there's time. All right. Also, you'll see as you sit down in front of you, there's some new paper to slip into your binder. You might have noticed, I think, an empty tab in your binders. And that's for the presentations as they get delivered and printed. So here they are. Here's the ones from yesterday and Matt's, I believe, in order of how they got presented. Matt is the person coming up to speak just now. I just have one more thing to note here, which is, you can all come back to the U and quiet on the sides and in the gallery, please. All right, rad. Yeah, one question that came from the small groups, I think, was about will your final report include just recommendations to government folks, or is it bigger than that? And yeah, just to note again, we'll talk about this more next weekend as you sort of get toward actually drafting stuff that will go in there. But it is 100% open to you all what will go in there. But as I said yesterday, our recommendation is to prioritize what answers the question for the people that you're most likely to talk to. So that's the YAB, who will be continuing in their role, and the county and the cities, the COIC members, who are the counties and the cities. But there are also a lot of other nonprofits, service providers, you've heard from folks from J-Bar-J, for example, et cetera, who are watching this process, and the school district, et cetera, so our districts. So no, it's potentially more expansive than just government folks that you can make recommendations to and they will hear about it. Yeah, question.
Is there going to be a listing of which government folks are going to be given our recommendations? So we know who to harass after this is all done. just asking.
That's a great idea. Let's work on that. We'll work on that in the 3-week break and try to put together kind of a list. That's great. Maybe if staff could take down that note. All right, super. Any thoughts, questions? All right, awesome. Hope those small groups were, yeah, go for it.
Yesterday, you said that we would present and then they would have 5 weeks to respond and then that response would be public. Do you know if that's before we vote?
Like in the election in November?
Mm-hmm.
No, I believe the scheduled presentation time is about around election day, I want to say, November, and then their kind of response window is between then and like the holidays. So like November and December. So no, not before the election. But yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, with that, I'm going to turn over to our next and third presenter who will introduce themselves. Matt,
Yep.
Take it away. 20 minutes or so.
Yep, thank you. Hi, my name is Matt Rasmussen. I use he, him pronouns, and I am the manager of the Youth Experiencing Homelessness program. And I'm not sure how comfortable I feel as a government person after we're just talking about arresting people. Like, I will try my best to not be put on that pedestal, but, we'll see how it goes. But am I here before lunch, too? Oh, great. Usually I go after lunch. I think there's something about like state people talking that's like, we're winding up here. So I appreciate you sticking with me for 20 minutes today. I usually speak much longer. I tend to get pretty wordy and passionate. And as a result, as I was coming over today and talking through my presentation, I looked at my watch and I was significantly over. So we will crush through some of these slides pretty quickly. I'm happy to talk with people afterwards, happy to convene outside of this forum as well. So if it feels a little quick, that's just because I'm going to try to be diligent on the time. So just a little bit of background on me. This program itself too is also within the Department of Human Services, within self-sufficiency, which people sometimes associate with SNAP or food stamps benefits, domestic violence, refugee programming. The Youth Experiencing Homelessness program is also within the self-sufficiency arm of DHS. I've been with DHS for just over 16 years. I've been with this program specifically for 8.5, and this program is actually pretty unique nationally. There are not a ton of youth homelessness specific programs that exist across the country. There's a couple states that have a statewide convener, but by and large, there's not usually a statewide entity. So we're kind of unique in that sense. And additionally, I say I've been with this program for 8.5 years. Technically, the program's about 10 years in existence, but really the momentum has shifted only within the past 2 or 3 years. And so it's still, in effect, a pretty new program, all things considered, just because there hasn't been a huge focus. Of those 8.5 years I've been doing this, I was the only person for 7 of them, and so it was pretty small and narrow focus. But we're expanding, and I'll talk a little bit about those things today. So sometimes when people hear that I'm from DHS, their mind goes to that we provide direct case management, that our program does direct case management because of child welfare, who's also a DHS entity who does casework. Because sometimes family coaches in self-sufficiency who are working with individuals and families when there's needs. Our program specifically does not do a ton, hardly at all actually, direct service work with young people, but we do have a variety of different tasks that we accomplish and aim to strengthen and grow as well. So essentially, we oversee grants and contracts into local communities. We also provide some technical assistance and basic support around those services. We have currently 42 providers in 26 counties, which is up from 13 providers in 12 counties just 2 years ago. So we've expanded pretty rapidly, and we support the local programming with doing and supporting the youth in their local communities. We also work with federal partners, local partners to make sure that policy and that work that is being done is in line with best practice. We're looking outside the box for things that are working with young people nationally and locally, kind of promoting that work out to the larger body as well. We pursue funding opportunities both for our internal programming so that we're able to in turn support local communities, but also for unique initiatives as well, a couple of which, if I have time, I'll talk a little bit about, but I also know Eliza talked about some of those earlier, so we'll see how the time frame goes. But we also engage with partners a lot. We engage with young people. We're strengthening our own youth action board, a statewide group of young people who, as that progresses, will provide insight and feedback and recommendations to us about the work that we're doing and the work that we're funding as well. And then really strengthening our work with other DHS programs so that if a young person happens to come in and be looking at SNAP benefits, how a local DHS staff person would be able to say, hey, also, are you connected with such and such an agency? Did you know that this exists for you, et cetera? So by and large, that's kind of our general role. It's not the direct case management work. What we're talking about with young people, as maybe has been mentioned, there's sometimes different definitions around what a youth is. For our programming specifically, we are talking about young people who are not able to safely reside with their with the parent or legal guardian. What differs for us a little bit, not every definition includes young people who are couch surfing or who are staying with, unstably with friends and family and maybe bouncing between them. Some some entities don't count those as homelessness. Our program allows for funding to be used for young people who are in that sort of situation. Our age range was increased a couple of years ago, and we're able to support young people through age 24. And I know that this was talked about, so I won't spend a lot of time. This is mostly in here for context when I'm training or talking with people directly, that oftentimes and most of the time young people have left their home situation and are homeless, not because they're just a punk kid who doesn't want to follow the rules, but many other different, more concerning and risky factors. So I know that was talked about. I probably don't need to rehash that here. Usually the first question that I get as the state entity when it comes to youth homelessness is how many youth are homeless in Oregon. It's a really simple question. It's a really complex and perhaps unanswerable question, and for a variety of reasons. And I did see this actually, I was reading some of the notes when I came in here, but some of the reasons are, young people don't see themselves as homeless. I actually temporarily housed a young person that we knew a couple years ago. Because of some situations that were happening in their home. She stayed with us for 6 months. I was connecting her with McKinney-Vento liaisons, homeless education, and she looked at me like I was insane. She's like, why are you connecting me with homeless education? I'm not homeless. It's like, well, yes, technically not, but also you have access to these resources, and it was just like, I can't even grapple in my own head that I'm homeless. And so we know that there's a lot of young people that would technically be countable or would be able to be receive certain services that aren't even coming forward because they're not even recognizing that that's who they are, that they fit into those categories. Sometimes it's safer for young people to stay off the radar. Putting your business out there, true or not, may lead to child welfare involvement. Putting out there that there's nobody to take care of you could be risky if you're on the streets and staying in certain communities. And so sometimes it's just not safe for that. And then there's different definitions as well. And depending on who's counting who, the numbers look different and all that. So it's a really big challenge. I wish I had better numbers for you, but we do have some numbers, which I hope are not super repeat. We did a statewide assessment in 2021, which looked at a variety of different data sources. It was a pretty quick study, but we were just trying to get kind of an outlook as to how many young people would we expect to need some sort of intervention in any given year in Oregon. And the numbers through a calculation that I couldn't tell you are around 8,300 young people. I want to be clear on that, is that does not mean that there's 8,300 young people that need a place to live. It means that there's 8,300 young people that are estimated that need some sort of intervention. It doesn't mean we need 8,300 shelter beds. It doesn't mean we need 8,300 apartments. What it means is that a young person can come forward and different situations look different. Some of them might need those things. Some of them might need support to reunify home with their parent, may need to connect with an aunt or uncle out of state and have them go and reside there, etc. So this is not like that's the number of beds we need, but that's kind of what we should be looking towards, is how are we supporting 8,300 young people. Along those lines, these next two boxes are, not the best boxes to be that high up in, but these come from the federal annual homelessness assessment report, which is from HUD. I don't know if that was talked about at all. Great. Okay, I'm looking at Eliza back there to make sure I'm not totally repeating myself. But this is a report that the federal government does. It's based off point in time count, or PIT counts, which are happen. I don't know how often they happen yearly, maybe. Yes, yearly. Okay, I thought you were saying higher. I was like, more than yearly? No. Okay, they happen yearly. They count homeless individuals over like a 3-week span, typically, sometimes a little less, to try to get a number of all homeless subsets of people. And veterans and families, and also youth. I will say all this to say that PIC counts for youth are terrible. I think even HUD would agree to that, to be honest with you. They're just, it's really hard if I went back a slide, to count young people, and especially those where there might not be actual services being provided, and a lot of the counts are happening in adult shelters or whatever. So But we have the unfortunate distinction in Oregon of having the 4th highest total number of unaccompanied homeless youth in the United States, and the 1st highest rate of unaccompanied homeless youth who are also unsheltered. And if we break it down a little bit more, I looked late last night, so if I'm not entirely accurate, I'm pretty close, that the Central Oregon continuum of care, which is you all, it's the 3rd highest number and 3rd highest rate amongst largely rural continuums of care in the country. That's a mouthful. But across all largely, they have different classifications, and there's largely rural continuums of care. Central Oregon is 3rd in both of those rates as well. So there's lots of room to grow. And speaking of growth, I'll talk very briefly about our funding. Prior to, this is our current budget for 2023 through 2025. The top part is what our ongoing budget is, and the bottom were investments that were made in the last session. Prior to 2023, our budget was $3.5 million per biennium. So $1.75 million per year to support all youth homelessness services in the state of Oregon. A very small amount, an amount that did not stretch very far. And as I previously mentioned, we had 13 providers doing services in 12 counties. Luckily, we've gotten some short-term investments, which unfortunately still at this point have to be reapproved for 25 through 27. If we do not get reappropriated funding, we will be going back down to that top amount, about $5 million. And so still a lot of work to be done in this legislative session on that piece. But we've grown, we've doubled the number of counties that we're in, and we've tripled the amount of providers that we're able to support as well. These next 2 slides are probably something to just look at on your own free time. It's hard to explain in a shortened time frame, but ideally speaking, like this is a very, very simplified process of like what we feel a continuum of homelessness services in a community should look like. There should be an entity who is doing kind of a prevention focus, drop-in centers, street outreach, other points of entry that young people are being identified in. And then from there, once that identification happens, there's a variety of different ways that a young person can move through, through a system. They can be diverted from the system. There should be funding available to, and supports available to, make it so that a young person can be housed or be returned home or find somebody without having to like formally enter a shelter or some sort of housing program. But also some young people need short crisis housing, and some young people are move into that. And some young people don't get into that either because it's not available, because it's full, or because it's not something that they need at that period of time. And they get into kind of this more medium-term housing, which we would kind of say there's transitional living programming, which I know exists here in some capacity through JBAR-J, but kind of more medium-term, 12, 18, 21 months of supportive housing before a young person transitions out of that, with the end goal of all of those to be some sort of permanent housing response at the end. That can look at a variety of different ways. I keep saying reunification home because I think a lot of people think that can't or is not a focus, and it is very much a focus of programs in order to do that as well. So that's the simplified version. This is the more complex version, which I know you can't see, and it's the National Network for Youth proposed system to end youth and young adult homelessness. But really what I just want to highlight from this is sometimes the conversation around youth homelessness or homelessness in general is the response is they need a shelter. That community needs a shelter, or they need more shelter beds. And I'm not here to say that that's not needed or that's not something that we fund. We do fund shelters. We do need more shelters in more locations. We do need additional beds. But having a shelter in a community does not end youth homelessness, not even close. The little bit that I caught last night laying in bed that I was nodding vehemently and giving an amen to Eliza was, it is much more costly to do shelter than it is to house young people or house anybody. And it's a process that you will never be able to meet up with the demand. You just can't continue to build shelter beds and have staff available to do it and all the expenses that happen with that. So this is kind of a more holistic look as like what is needed. You know, there's stuff in here around prevention services and crisis, and there's shelter in there, and there's transitional living, but there's also these other services that need to be aligned along that way. You need to have mental health supports specifically for young people. That's not necessarily, in my opinion, like, hey, go get on this waiting list at such and such a mental health agency, and hopefully somebody will get back to you. Never mind that it's not on a bus line, and never mind that you don't have a car to get there. Like looking more specifically as to like how mental health services can be specifically, working for young people who are, have different challenges with access. There's school stuff in there. There's medical and employment and education skills that are needed too. So just wanting to highlight, this is a lot. It's really good, but it's mostly to say shelter alone is not going to take care of the need that exists. Where we invest our services, we are tasked with funding core services. We gave out $19.5 million in grants, as I mentioned, to 43 providers last biennium. We fund these specific things here: prevention, crisis intervention, medium-term housing, host homes, and then a few support services, culturally specific, mental health, and substance use. And this is a breakdown of our funding. The awarded amount was the amount that we were able to give out. This is broken down by region, which is not the greatest regional breakdown. Central Oregon is looped in with the Gorge. Northwest Oregon is looped in with Mid-Valley. It's not perfect, but this is the breakdown. And Central Oregon is there highlighted in red. What I think is important to note is when we put out our request, we received over $60 million worth of requests for $19.5 million of funding. So we were only able to fund essentially a third of what was requested. And we also know that request of $60.974 million, for some reason that's in my head, is nowhere near the amount that could have been requested anyways. So we're continuing to expand, and I'm not here to say that our current budget outlook is enough. We know that there's a lot more work that needs to be done as well. And then lastly, I got 2 minutes, which is great. And I know this has been talked about a couple of times, I think, but in addition to those core services, we've also held some pretty significant, we hold value in trying to think a little bit outside the box, which is not always something that state employee people will sit up and say, that we're trying to toe the line of, what is, of what we can do. And a couple of things that we've been working on over the past few years are really exciting, and I think really fall in line with, our teams and our program's goals, and even our agency's goals around reducing the racial wealth gap and lifting people out of poverty. Is a couple of initiatives such as our direct cash transfer pilots, and also some a pilot that we're doing on affordable housing with college students have been pretty great. I can answer more specific questions, and I think, again, Eliza did already, but we're doing a pilot in 3 counties where we're giving ongoing monthly payments to young people to lift themselves out of homelessness and set themselves on an ideal trajectory for a better future, one of which is through JBAR-J. We're also doing a direct cash transfer as prevention pilot in Lane County, which is, we're one of 7 locations selected to do that. And it is giving a one-time cash infusion to people who are currently not involved with the homelessness system. I'm giving them cash to avoid homelessness, essentially. So working with young people who are on the verge of being evicted, or maybe who have lost their jobs and can't pay their rent, or maybe who are exiting juvenile justice with no place to go. They're providing them with a one-time cash infusion to become/maintain housing, and work with a provider for additional ongoing supports as needed too. So we're doing that right now. And then affordable rent for college students is our take at holding, again, specific units for young people who are experiencing homelessness. or who are exiting a system of care. Oftentimes there's affordable housing, and young people get on lists for vouchers. Well, anybody gets on a list for a voucher, and it's 2-3 years perhaps. So we're doing some partnership work with a program in Portland, where they're renovating properties and have properties, and they are holding a certain number for young people, starting with free rent for a period of time, 6 to 12 months, stepping into 50% rent, and then eventually stepping into them being able to make their own payments at an affordable level as well. So kind of a step-down approach to prepare young people for what housing looks like, and having units specifically for young people to not have to compete with the general population as well. So I have this hourglass, which is much longer than the 5 seconds that I have to talk. If maybe it'll come up in something through this conversation, but I will pause there, and I think it's questions.
Awesome. Super, thanks. All right, questions. I see one tent down there. Yep, go for it. Far end.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm a numbers girl. Is there any kind of transparency to see, based off of the grant funding, where your biggest success was and what was just kind of pouring money down the drain?
The short answer is kinda, which is not a good answer at all. Prior to this last biennium, we did not have a consistent method for tracking any of our data. We were doing it, and by we, again, it was just me. I was doing it on individual bases, and it was hard at the time for a variety of reasons, because what we were funding in one community, while it fell under a certain topic area, it was not necessarily like super consistent. So for example, we had a couple of prevention-based grants, so drop-in and outreach grants, right? So we had one grant was a program in Beaverton, and their grant was for counting and supporting the number of young people that they reached out to in the community specifically. And so their numbers, when they would report them, were in the hundreds every quarter of young people that they were supporting. We had a same grant, or a similar grant under prevention, again, for outreach with a program in Eugene that was specifically for working with young people who were being trafficked. And so the numbers that they would send us were like 4 or 5. And so like you look at those together, and like without context, as many things can be, it's like, well, why is this program sending in numbers that are 200 and this one's sending in numbers that 5? The 5 must be doing terrible. And it's like, well, it's not, you can't really make that justification, right? So it's a little bit challenging. And again, given the fact that it was minimal funds and one person, not an excuse, it just wasn't super consistent. We have been attempting, since we received our updated funding, and will continue to essentially modify like a reporting system. Most providers have to report in something called the Homelessness Management Information System, or HMIS, which is a super complex, super confusing reporting system that most providers, if they receive any sort of federal funds, have to report in anyways. And because of that, most youth providers either have federal funding or want federal funding. And so we are making it so that all of our reporting is coming through that system as well, to get to the point of like what is being successful. Really, we can talk a little bit about like how many youth are being served, but we have, as we modify this system, have additional questions for young people around core outcomes, which are actually, you can't see them. I don't know why I'm going back, but in this bottom right here, there's core measures to core outcomes to measure success, and that's really also what we're wanting to showcase. Is there's certain outcomes that are important, and we also want to open up that a little bit to say, you know, if the only thing that we're looking for is how many youth were housed, and that's our only outcome that we're looking at, that gives the impression, or hypothetically you'd have to say there's enough housing for people to get into. If not, these outcomes are going to look poor, because it's all reliant on there actually being apartments to get into, landlords willing to rent to young people, all of these things. So these outcomes are expanded, and we hope to get more, is like what is working for young people, not just in securing stable housing, but improving their education, which has an effect on long-term homelessness. How are they becoming employed? What is their overall feelings of well-being and self-worth and connections to community? That's all now getting embedded into what our outcomes hope to be, not just how many youth were served, not just how many youth were housed, kind of an overall encompassing part of, what makes a person successful. I say all that backstory to say I don't have those numbers for you at this point, but it is part of our plan to kind of delve a little bit more into like successful outcomes for young people. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And just a reminder to anybody who hasn't asked a question yet to encouragement to step up, no pressure. Cricket.
So I was wondering about your cash advance or you giving out funding. Are there like long-term surveys after the fact, and has it shown a high success rate after the fact of people staying out of the homeless system?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I'll talk about that on two fronts. One is we are still in the middle of our pilot right now. It ends in January, so we don't have any like long-term responses. That is a huge part of like honestly anybody's question. Like the fact that you asked that is, very in tune, because that is something that we are hoping and also wondering like what the response is. So I don't have that for you. I will say that we our pilot altogether, not the prevention one, but the 3 direct cash transfer plus pilots in totality is 120 young people across 3 different communities: Multnomah County, Clackamas County, and here in Deschutes County. And at last count, there was 113 that are reporting as being safe and stably housed, so over 90%. The funny part about all of that is, a lot of people look at the amount that we give young people, right? And they, clutch their pearls a little bit and they're like, $1,000? It's $30 a day, people. Like, I don't know. You all live in Deschutes County. $30 a day in Deschutes County can be gone in a half a meal. Like, so what we're talking about, all things considered, is a pretty minimal investment that is achieving some pretty significant returns. We've been doing surveys and feedback, and also paying youth for their feedback as well. And some of the quotes, which I actually have hidden here because I didn't think I would have time, are pretty powerful things. Like, I think a lot of people want to be like, well, how much of it went to housing? And if it doesn't go to housing, like, then what's the point? But we have seen like some pretty powerful stories from young people who have said, like, I was able to buy my first bed. Like, I never had a bed in my life, and I was able to use this money to buy a bed so that my apartment actually feels like an apartment. I was able to buy a phone for my sister, and people would be like, well, why are we allowing that? And it's like, well, they don't live together. They can now FaceTime. They use each other for support. They're feeling like they're able to provide for themselves, provide for others. Some people have used it to pay off parking tickets so that they can get to work in school because they couldn't get it out. So like a lot of things that you're like, well, it's not housing related. Well, like, it's kind of a step process here. Like, in order for people to afford housing, they need an education and a job. If they can't get to their education and job, then what's the point here? And so like these things all interline. And so we've seen very positive responses, both in the numbers of youth reporting as being safe and stably housed, as well as quotes from young people saying, like, one literally, like, I wouldn't be here today. Like, I was so down and felt like nobody cared that I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for this. And so I think it's just an important piece. There is still a concern from our end, one of like, is 2 years enough? How much is I don't say is not too much, but like how like what's the right mechanism to do this. Right now we are able to pay in direct deposit. We are able to do check deliveries. We can actually have it uploaded onto their SNAP benefit card if they elect to do that, but it is not a timely process, unfortunately, and any changes are not, they take sometimes a couple weeks, which is not helpful. We're talking about like, would it be better if we could do something more locally where they could leave with a debit card or something like that. So there's still a lot of things that we're learning through that, but it is still a question, a concern, maybe not a concern, just a question around like, well, what happens when they stop feeling that? I know that there are some young people who are still, it's still, once this funding goes away, it's still really expensive to live anywhere. And so we'll hopefully have some more guidance, and we're doing a lot of conversations with communities and with young people around how that can look, so.
All right, super. Just a few more minutes here, sort of extending the time a little bit. We'll go to Scott next.
Yeah, just two questions. I think be quick. One is, what's your relationship with JBAR-J, and also why do you think Oregon is #1 in unhoused youth?
Eliza and me are buddies. No, my relationship with JBAR-J goes back to when I started here, to be honest with you. And actually, even before that, even in child welfare, I know JBAR-J did or does, both maybe, work with child welfare young people. So I knew of JBAR-J when I was working in child welfare doing residential care work. And they have been a grantee of this program since we started. So I am technically their funder. I'm the funder of a lot of people, but we give money to JBAR-J for a variety of their core services. Potentially all of them, but not like the entire amount of what it takes to run said program. So little bits and pieces of that. So that's our relationship, and that would be our relationship going forward as a funder. The reason why I think Oregon is #1 is kind of an interesting piece. I think a large amount of it is the fact of while we are still needing to have conversations like this around like learning more about youth homelessness and making plans, I do think that even on a small scale, there's a lot of visibility around the acknowledgement that youth homelessness exists in Oregon that many other states, by and large, have minimal to no concept of. If you want to look at like the numbers of the states that are high in counts are Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, Minnesota, Massachusetts. You want to look at the states that are low in numbers, it's Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, it's Kentucky. There's two unique things about that. One, you kind of flip over the card and you say, what is consistent about Washington, Oregon, California, Massachusetts, New York, Illinois? It's hella expensive to live there, and the rents are super high. You flip over the cards for Arkansas, Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas. Maybe I said them twice. I don't know. It is not expensive to live there. So housing costs are very limited, are much cheaper there. And in those other states too, there's actually this other website, State Index on Youth Homelessness, that doesn't look at numbers of youth, but it looks at the policies that are in place in states that are positive towards youth and which ones are like harmful. And you look at the numbers of who has good policies for young people, who is counting youth up better than others, and it's Washington, Oregon, California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, and the ones that are literally in the negatives at this point are Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi. And so I think that they are high because, one, it's really expensive to live here, and it really takes a lot for a young person to be able to maintain and locate housing in a market that is a hotbed right now, and probably for the foreseeable future. And two is that schools, by and large, are counting young people relatively decently, or at least acknowledging to be on the lookout for that some other states are not doing. There's programs that exist here that are required to count and refer their youth to be counted. So I don't want to give the impression, I mean, the numbers are high, obviously, but I think there's more factors than it's like, well, we're just out here taking everybody's kids that they don't want. There's many more factors that are kind of associated with that. Like, weirdly, it's almost like a positive that we have a high number, because it means in a count where that sucks at counting young people, that young people are being counted. And so that's what I would say as well. So.
All right, let's see if we can we slip in maybe a couple answers and just get to these two last names here in the next 2-3 minutes. Maybe just try to get to everybody. Benjamin.
I'll try to be quick. It seems to me that a common denominator between yourself and the other presenters is, or a common theme that has been presented, is latitude in applying funds. That organizations would benefit from being able to apply funds as they see, as the need exists, rather than the terms dictated by the grantor of the funding. And so I guess the question here is, what relationship does your institution have with that grant writing process, and how can we clean that up so that institutions that are receiving the funds can use them with a bit more latitude? Because it seems to me that the DCT is partially successful because there's greater latitude in the application of funds.
Yeah. So we are a little hamstrung by what the legislature is tasked upon us. We have and continue to have relative flexibility as to what things look like. We put in our grants, there are basic requirements in regards to being a shelter provider, for example. You have to follow certain licensing requirements, there's staffing requirements, you have to provide X services. So that's going to exist with any of our program areas. We have attempted, and I can say, I think, continue to attempt to not get super prescriptive. We don't have and we don't desire for rules to exist at this point where everything is outlined to the letter of the law. We have been pretty open. The whole thing that I talked about with 200 young people being counted through prevention, and then the other prevention provider just working with sex trafficked young people. There's that sort of latitude that we've been open to being all right, great. We can work with that because that's what this community, that's what this provider needs to support. So we can do both of those things independently. It remains to be seen how structured, but our program specifically try to be as open as possible in letting a program / community kind of have ownership as to what is needed within the confines of what we're legislatively approved to do. There are other states that have set aside diversion funds. The Office of Homeless Youth in Washington, which is a large organization, they have a whole pot of funds. They do core service stuff too, but they have a pot of funds just for diversion services. So just very flexible, open-ended grants that they can do with providers to be yeah, this is for the other stuff. That's simplifying it. But this is for the stuff that doesn't fall into these categories, and trying to divert young people out and keep them out. So there are other states that do have some more of that latitude. And again, we have some. So was there another part to your question? Did I answer it? I can't remember.
It was sort of implicitly answered in the sense that who do we bother about that to make sure that there's more latitude? And you said the legislature, and I think that's what we need to focus on.
I said that the legislature gives us funding and dictation. You said you could talk to them, and that's...
Okay, no. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. All
right. Alex, last one here.
Yeah, so touching back on the direct cash transfer and those three things that you guys are kind of playing around with, what requirements are put on those when somebody wants to get those kind of benefits? And then are you offering financial planning advisory and a counselor support for people who get into those programs?
Yeah. How much time do I have? Okay.
Minutes?
Sure. So when we deliver, so it's not an ongoing enrollment. We had 120 young people in the first 2 weeks. So it's not rolling. But there was we did some prioritization up front. The the first tier was they had to be experiencing homelessness or housing instability, and they had to have a desire to become housed at that time. And then from there, we took it a different step and did some own internal prioritization. We made the decision as a team that we can look at most studies out there and see that certain demographics of young people are overrepresented in homelessness, underrepresented in housing, LGBTQ young people of color, and so we prioritized those subpopulations to essentially move to the top of the list at that time. And so that was our initial prioritization. Their requirements were initially to meet with a staff individual to talk about the programming, but there are requirements on our community-based organizations. But by and large, in the other states where this exists, they often call it a trust youth initiative because there is not the sort of requirements placed on young people. Sometimes cash comes with many strings or supports come. You need to meet with your case manager once a week in the office. You need to account for every single dollar of where this is spent. It needs to go towards X, Y, and Z, and we actively said we're not doing any of that. A young person can elect to use the money for a situation that benefits them in that moment. And it may look different from month to month. It may look different from year to year, but you have the ability to do that, right? So it's the service access is optional to young people. What is not optional is that the community-based organizations have certain things set up to be able to support young people. Case management supports, the general case management supports, financial literacy supports, housing search, housing supports as well. And then ongoing communication, engagement is what it's called, to continue to try to connect with young people, seeing where they're going. The financial literacy piece is huge. Through this process, we realize that we need greater financial literacy supports as well. It's one thing to do financial literacy from a theoretical perspective of like, hey, when you get money, plan on this, this, and this. When you have money and you have bills and you have expenses, it's a very different conversation. And so we, in a future round, are going to be exploring how can we support community-based organizations better and young people better for you have the cash, okay, literally what are you doing with it or how are you planning for it? So, yeah.
Matt, appreciate it.
Okay.
No question time is tight, and so I'm trying to give as much of that as possible. All right. So close to lunch. Yay! In fact, it's over there. Just 5 minutes. I want to introduce a thing, and then wondering if it's something that you all could do, start to do a little bit over lunch, think about at least through the rest of the day, because we won't really have time to do the thing here right now. Felt like questions were more important than that. All right. So the idea here is I'm just going to introduce these two other concepts that we're going to use a bunch next weekend, which are principles and solutions. And this is sort of how we're dividing ideas, or how you all will be dividing ideas a little bit. And they feed into each other. So feel free to pass out the handout. Beginning a handout, look at as I go through this. I'm just going to sort of walk through the first page of it and then explain the second page and what to do. So I'm going to use a real-life example to demonstrate kind of what these things are, what they're meant to be, and how they relate to each other, with an example that came from one of our former colleagues who wanted to get a dog. and she was deciding which breed of dog to get. And her name is Alex, not the Alex in this room. This is another Alex. And and she decided sort of that she cared about getting a dog that would be very receptive to training, that could be taken on long hikes, that might help get rid of rodents in the yard, that likes to cuddle on the couch, that won't make my allergies worse, has a chance, and ideally has a chance of winning the ugly dog contest. So these are sort of her guiding principles as far as how this decision might be made. The things that are most important. You might also think of this as the big sort of why, what we're looking for at a high level. Not the specific things that are going to be done, but the why would I want this over that. And some of these are definitely more important than others. Like, for example, the allergies one, I think, maybe would rise to the top. Ugly dog contest maybe would fall to the bottom. And there are 3 breeds that she was looking at. Potential solutions. And you're already probably jotting down a whole lot of potential solutions that are coming from presenters or other places. I'm going to tell you about a place to start putting those, by the way. But, there's a whole array of potential solutions here. Pit bulls or border collies or Shiba Inus are the ones that she went down to. Cute. And then the process is to apply principles to those solutions. Do those solutions satisfy the principles? Well, pit bulls, yeah, long hikes, rodents, cuddles, no allergies. The other ones, maybe fewer things. Spoiler alert, she ended up getting a pit bull. I know this is really sort of a basic idea, but hopefully it lays out kind of the relationship between principles and solutions. And we often, when we're making decisions, start to come up with those 2 things sort of separately at different times. We might start to think of solutions first and principles later, and that's all fine. That's all good. That's why there's places to put both of those things right now. So as you've come up with those, or as you have lunch, think about them. Think about the things not related to dogs, I mean related to the topic at hand. And there's sticky notes all over the place, so grab them, write those either principles, these sort of big ideas, or solutions, the more practical things that should be done. Start to jot them down on sticky notes and use these 2 other boards up here. The purple one is for the principles, and these are just sort of ideas, rough. They might not even be things you necessarily 100% agree with at this point, but they're just things that are coming up that start a brainstorm here of the list. And the red down there is for potential solutions, things to actually be done. So as those start to come up, start to put those on sticky notes and land them on the wall up there. Those will all come down at the end of this weekend and go right back up when we start next weekend, and we're going to start with those. So this is sort of to aid yourselves in memory over these next 3 weeks to get all of those things down that you can, that are being suggested or you're thinking about this weekend. Any thoughts or questions? Oh, and I should say on the back side of that handout, there are some examples from a variety of different assemblies on a variety of different topics. So you'll notice they're all over the place, different kinds of topics. But these are actual principles, guiding principles that other assemblies on other topics have come up with, as an example. Any thoughts or questions about that sort of next step? All right, sweet. Let's break for lunch. Please be back by no later than 1 o'clock. And for folks in the gallery or everyone, let's let delegates get food first, and then everyone else can jump in line. Oh, and I should also say the YAB, you as well, come on down right now too, because this is also sort of conversation time between the YAB and the assembly. So meet each other and hang out anywhere you'd like.
Oh, I'm like, yeah. Okay.
Just a 2 minute warning. 2 minute warning to come back to the U. Just waiting a couple more minutes. And by the way, if anybody had a question that's ended up on the question board that you want to remember, feel free to take things down from that board as well and put them back again, if that's handy at all. All right.
You know, like.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to start straight off, straight back. The fire hose cometh. With a presentation, our last of this weekend. And then after this, as you may remember, there will be we'll have a little bit of a, no, we won't have a break, actually. Just not very long after. We'll have kind of a transition point, but we will be moving pretty quickly into this larger kind of workshop with those other people on the bottom of the list in a bunch of small groups around the room. I'll explain that more later, but first, another presentation. And I just want to note that at 4 o'clock, Matt, who's one of the board members of Democracy Next, one of the partner organizations on this project, is bringing some ice cream cake for everyone as a celebration of the end of the first weekend. So stick around after 4 o'clock if you'd like some ice cream cake. That's best. Fabulous. Okay, best announcement of the day. And Ryan and Justin are just handing out the Sandy slides for her presentation here. And I'll give it to you to introduce yourself and take it away for 20 minutes, and then we'll do questions.
Okay.
Oh, I'll just, if we can, oh, maybe just a moment to,
Sure.
there's a shuffle of papers. We'll wait for the shuffle of papers. Oh, nice. And as we're doing that, as a reminder, yeah, continue whenever there's a break. Feel free to put things up on the wall in those categories, or any of these information and questions will still be relevant. We'll bring those back next weekend as well, as a reminder for further questions of folks who come next weekend. All right, could I get quiet in the hallway in the gallery, please? Thank you.
Should I lean forward?
All right, Sandy, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I'm a little short, so hopefully you can see me over the microphone. My name is Sandy Schmidt, and I am the McKinney-Vento Liaison and Foster Care Point of Contact for the Ben Lapine School District. And I just want to thank you for this opportunity. I honestly do not get many opportunities to speak on this topic, and I really appreciate that you're shining a light on it with all the work you're doing. My background is I have a bachelor's in social work from many years ago, and 25 years or so experience working with children and family who have been experiencing economic hardship or living in poverty. So some of that work was with the state of Oregon, self-sufficiency programs on the welfare side, cash assistance, food stamps, Oregon Health Plan, and then 10 years as a fan advocate with the Ben Lapine School District. And I'm not sure if you all are familiar with the FAN program, but it's Family Access Network. And there's a fan advocate for every public school in Deschutes, Crook, and Jefferson County. And in that role, you help connect children and resources with basic needs so kids can show up for school, attend school, and be ready to learn. From there, I became the McKinney-Vento liaison this is my 4th school year, and I've been a resident of Deschutes County for 25 years. And I just want to acknowledge those in the room that have lived experience in this topic. I know about policy, but you have the expertise and the knowledge to really affect policy change. So thank you all for the work you're doing. So often in the schools, they talk about children and youth experiencing homelessness as being the hidden homeless. It makes it very difficult at times to identify and really know how many we have out in our community that are experiencing homelessness. We don't see children and youth the same way we maybe see adults that are unhoused. Children and youth and families tend to be moving from place to place, highly mobile, couch surfing, and not as visible. The McKinney-Vento Act has been around since 1987. It's a federal law, and every school district in the country has one of me by law. And my role is to ensure that children and youth experiencing houselessness have equal access to free, appropriate public education alongside their housed peers. This law came into being to address the challenges that children and youth might face in being able to attend school and be successful. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about the definition of homelessness under the McKinney-Vento Act because it does differ from the HUD, Housing and Urban Development definition. And there's There is a lot of lobbying going on a national level to get the McKinney-Vento, to get HUD to be online with the McKinney-Vento definition. So, overall, it's individuals who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. The first bullet point you'll see here are folks that are sharing the housing of other persons due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or other reasons. So this is the families that we call doubled up, right? They're couch surfing, they're moving, they're living with friends and family. It is the majority of the families and students that qualify for McKinney-Vento fall under this definition. And they often tend to be, and honestly, my least stable households because they have no legal rights. They're not on a lease. It's overcrowded. There's inadequate space. Really, in the last couple years, too, what I'm seeing is tripled up, is becoming the new doubled up. I had a family last year whose, their room was the kitchen, a family of 4. So very, very crowded, difficult living situations that can go sideways pretty easy. It also includes families living in motels, hotels, camping, living in emergency shelters or transitional shelters, and folks that are living in sleeping in a primary place that is not intended, ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodations. So sometimes I'll have a family that may be in an outbuilding or a shed or a garage, things like that, living in trailers that don't have hookups, things such as that. The other part of the McKinney-Vento definition addresses unaccompanied children and youth who are experiencing houselessness. So under McKinney-Vento, if a child is not living with a legal guardian or biological parent, they are considered unaccompanied. And I'm guessing you guys have gotten a lot of data around, the issues of child and youth homelessness, but this situation comes, as you can imagine, with trauma. Kids are leaving homes that are unsafe, that are unstable, that, they're fleeing for their safety. And do you guys, I don't really have a lot of details on data, but would I be repetitive if I don't know what you've gotten already? Should I just share? Okay. So national research has shown that 30% of our unaccompanied homeless youth were sexually abused in the home, 50% were physically abused, and an estimated 1/3 of our unaccompanied homeless children and youth identify as LGBTQ+. The other, our Latino, African American students of color are overrepresented in our unaccompanied homeless youth count as well. Homelessness is associated with an 87% likelihood of dropping out of school. So the quicker we can identify and provide services for our unaccompanied youth, the better. But there's a lot of fear for self-disclosing. Fear of child welfare becoming involved, fear that they're going to have to go back to their family, or that the legal system will get involved. My role as a McKinney-Vento liaison really is to protect the educational rights. That's really what this program is all about. It's not about homelessness, it's about rights. And everyone has the right to a free and appropriate public education. So my roles, clicking. Number one, I need to identify. I need to work within the school district to identify. It's challenging. I'm a department of one. and our numbers are going up. I am getting a part-time help this year, so I'm thrilled about that, but it's definitely very limited in resources within the school district. My primary thing is I want to get kids enrolled as quickly as possible, and if you fall under the eligibility or qualifier of McKinney-Vento, then we can get you enrolled without that typical documentation needed. So proof of address, how do you prove an address if you don't have one? Proof of age, immunization records, prior school records, because if you're highly mobile, or maybe you've had to flee a domestic violence situation with very few, items with you, you're not going to have that documentation, and we don't want any barriers. We want to get kids enrolled as quickly as possible. The other, once they're enrolled, I'm going to connect them to that fan advocate that I talked about to help those families connect with basic resource needs. The other thing is, ensuring that if students are eligible for special education services, that those are set up, the IEPs are set up quickly and expedited. And then for our unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness in their graduating year, I can write a letter for FAFSA stating that they're independent. So that allows students to be able to apply for federal financial aid without needing to involve their parents, which is a great thing. The other big part of my job is setting up special transportation, because McKinney-Vento Act came to be because they recognize that with this high mobility or unstable housing, that kids were moving around a lot, right, from school to school. And when I'm working with families and maybe the parents have experienced homelessness themselves in their youth, it's not uncommon for them to share, I was in 12 schools. I went to 15 schools over the course of my childhood. And you can only imagine how disruptive that would be to a child's learning. So we get in, and once they're enrolled, we set up transportation so they can stay at that same school. In Ben Lapine, we have 33 schools. It's very easy for a family to flip out a boundary of one into a boundary of another. So we want to maintain that stability. And we're busing kids in from these days. I mean, it's really changed again over the last couple of years. Prineville, Madras, Culver, Sisters, trying to keep them in Bend until they get stabilized in their housing. I thought I'd give you a little bit of data on my numbers. And again, this is just Ben Lapine School District, so not all of Deschutes County. But you can see from this graph that my numbers, unfortunately, keep going up every year. McKinney-Vento eligibility is determined for the school year. So right now, I've only been in there a couple of weeks. I think I'm at about 90. Last year, I ended at 543, which was 100 kid jump from the year before. The smaller block, we also track the 0 to 5-year-old siblings that may be in the household because they're eligible for services as well through me and through FAN. This gives a little bit more detailed data. I don't know if you can see that, but under here, the total UHY, that's the unaccompanied houseless youth. Last year, I had 119 identified, and we know we're under-identifying for the reasons we talked about earlier. I wrote, there were 41 FAFSA letters. This gives you a breakdown of by grade level of how many McKinney-Vento eligible students we had. And last year, our largest, as I was saying, our largest qualifying factor is that doubled up, right? That's 61%, which isn't aligned with state and national statistics around McKinney-Vento. I am seeing a higher percentage in shelter, which I'm happy to say because we have more shelter options now in Ben than we have in years past. So part of the struggle there's a lot of challenges. If you don't have a stable home, stable living place, it's hard to be able to get to school, even with the McKinney-Vento Act and the supports we have. So chronic absenteeism is much higher for our students who are McKinney-Vento eligible. We can see it was almost 70%. And there is a data drag on this information. So this was the 22-23 school year. When you compare that to our non-McKinney-Vento chronically absenteeism rate of 41%. So they have a lot of work to do. And the graduation rate, 84% for the full student cohort for Ben Lapine. For our McKinney-Vento eligible students, that dropped to 69%. In the state of Oregon, that year the graduation rate for McKinney-Vento students was 59%. So we are doing better regionally, but again, a lot of work to do. Okay, so education changes lives. I just can't emphasize enough my belief that education is prevention. Studies have shown that youth without a high school diploma or GED are 4.5 times more likely to experience homelessness in their lifetime. That makes the lack of high school diploma or GED the single greatest risk factor for future homelessness. And I don't know if this is, this I just wanted to give you as a point of reference. This is national data. So in the United States, if you have less than a high school diploma or GED, your median take-home, weekly earnings is going to be $708, and your unemployment rate is 5.6% for that demographic. When you jump up to an associate's degree, oh my gosh, this is so small on my computer, I can't see. $1,058, and the unemployment rate drops to 2.7%. So this is the thing with education. The more education someone has, the higher their earning potential, the less likely that they're gonna, the more likely that they'll be able to afford housing. So how can education help break the cycle of homelessness? Well, when you think about it, public schools are the single largest provider of services to children and youth experiencing homelessness. Schools also provide safety, food, access to health care, mental health services, peer socialization, and we're uniquely able to identify and respond to the children and youth experiencing homelessness. I thought I would just touch on this quickly because I don't know if you guys have talked about this either, but we often think of homelessness and poverty going hand in hand, but the demographic, the federal poverty level is a very, very antiquated determinant. In fact, only 9% of households in Deschutes County live at or below the federal poverty level. And for a family of 4 in 2022 in Deschutes County, the federal poverty level was $27,750. So a family of 4 had to be earning that much or less in order to qualify for most federal programs for assistance. The reality is that year, and I think I updated my slides since they made copies, so this data is a little different than what you have, but that is now in Deschutes County. Alice looks at larger group of basic needs. So it's taking into account housing, utilities, childcare, food, transportation, technology, right? Basic smartphone plans and internet, which are basic needs, especially for our students these days with everything being on, iPads and online. So Alice is families is defined as asset limited, income constrained, employed. So the families I'm working with are holding down 2-3 jobs. They are working hard. They're struggling to make ends meet because to make $81,000 for a family of 4 to meet these basic needs. And Alice came about from United Way, and so you can find that if you Google online. So 26% of all households in Deschutes County are below the Alice threshold, and that percentage jumps up to 77% for our single female-headed households with children. 50% of our male-headed households with children are at or below the Alice rate, and 45% of our households where the head of the household is 25 years old or younger. So, it's, family, like when you have just enough to meet the basics of your family, then job loss, a divorce, a health crisis can be that thing to plummet a family down below the poverty level. Let's see. Just want to make sure I caught everything. I think that's it.
Cool.
All right. Any questions?
My gosh, Sandy, you're so timely. Amazing. Rush out here. All right. Cool. Questions? Steve. Oh, can you grab the mic just so everybody can hear?
The Ben Lapine School District places a heavy emphasis on tablet-based learning. What impact does that have on houseless students?
Thank you for that question. It has a great impact, a very negative impact. The school district provides the iPads, but families need to be able to connect to the internet, and that's a huge barrier. We had service resources during COVID. With the American Rescue Plan, there was a lot of funding and the ability to get hotspots out to people. Those resources have really dried up, but the need is still there. So it is a huge, it's a detriment. It's not equal access to public health.
Right. I'm seeing Benjamin.
Can you hear me? All right, there we go. Sorry. Referring to the chart that you showed regarding earnings and unemployment rate and educational levels, that's really great. I think that the thing that I'm a little that I'm curious about is when students are approaching graduation, are they also made aware of the very lucrative and rewarding options in the trades?
Yes.
Because the charts that I'm seeing here look a lot like the ones I grew up getting in when I graduated high school, and it gave the misimpression that the only way to stability is through a college education, which leaves a lot of people feeling like, well, I was never like a school person, so I guess I'm going to be poor forever.
Yeah.
And so I think, I guess I just want to make sure that we're, letting, these students know that there are other options,
Yes.
in the trades. And given the demand profile, it seems to be a pretty straight fit for me,
Yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate that comment and question. And you're right, technical. And I think of that, I noticed that's missing too, but I kind of think of it under the associate's degree. Like that FAFSA letter I provide, it works for any accredited program. And within Ben Lapine, they have a lot more options for technical training. And that is one thing, like when I did work at the welfare office, really supporting especially women in non-traditional jobs because the earning potential is a lot greater. And we do have proportionately more single female-headed households than single male. So yeah, I appreciate your point. Very good. Thank you.
I'm going to continue down the list here with just an invitation to anybody who hasn't asked a question or hasn't done it in a while to no pressure, but if you feel so moved. Kristen.
Thank you for being here today. So when you have a child who's getting near graduation age, is there any form of tutoring assistance or say a mentoring who's going to walk with that person and make sure that they get all of the help that they need to complete the GED process?
For GED program, that contract is held with COIC. They hold the district's contract for GED and alternative learning options. So that program is very well mentored and it gives a lot more support. I think unfortunately it is more difficult for students in our larger high schools, to have that support. And I would love to see an increase in tutoring and options. Thank you.
Right, let's go to Alex.
Yeah, I had a question. So when I grew up here going to high school, there was a high school called Marshall. It was a school where teens or youths that tended to get into trouble, didn't really perform well in the traditional schools. If they were expelled or just wasn't working out there, they would go to that one. What has filled that role? I know from a personal experience, I had a few friends that utilized that to get their GED, or not GED, but high school diploma, and it was a pretty good resource for us.
Yeah, that is great. So Marshall has become Ben Tech Academy, and they are offering technical programs as an option. We do have more charter and magnet school options now. With Realms High School, we have Marshall, and then Bend High also has more tech programs. I'm not as well versed on that stuff because, like, I'm a classified employee that works as a McKinney-Vento liaison. I'm not in administration, but yeah. And then there is a program downtown, but it's very limited in size. I think really the hope is that the schools can provide the services that students need and supports. Yeah.
I guess my question really was, when a kid gets expelled from the school, where do they wind up?
Yeah, I can't, I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
Let's go to Noah.
So Kristen and Alex both sort of asked the question I was going to ask, but to phrase it a bit differently, I know that there were programs back in the day where there were interdisciplinarians who held students accountable and sort of helped them with their schoolwork, especially students who were struggling. Do you feel like that would be a program that would be worth trying to re-implement for students experiencing houselessness?
Absolutely, and I've thought about it, a lot. Like, what's the best way to engage and provide services? I understand that school can become a pretty negative place to come to. If you have had a lot of moving around and maybe you haven't had an opportunity to make those peer connections, or you're behind in your academic work. Yeah, I don't know. They're great questions. We do now have, Ben Lapine has added the director of social and emotional well-being, and we have student success coaches. And I know that they've really beefed up mental health services in the schools, and we have school to career positions as well. But yeah, I think that's an area we could do better in.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Colleen.
Steve brought up the internet gap for tablets, and you said that, yeah, that's a challenge, but is there anything that's bridging that gap, or are there programs in place that can help?
Yeah, so we do have some hotspots still. T-Mobile had a program. One of the problems, I had a family that was living out towards Brothers, and T-Mobile, they didn't have a tower near there, right? So it's like there's no perfect one size fits all. Students in high school are given time in school to work on things as well, but it's not equitable because kids that have access to internet can go home and continue working on projects, right? Like if there's a midnight deadline, that doesn't help you if you don't have access at home. Folks will use their phones as hotspots, or, but yeah, it is something that we're looking at as the year begins, because things were trickling out of, our resources were trickling down last year.
All right, let's go to Scott.
Thank you. You brought up the question of transportation. This is something that hasn't really come up before, but it got me to thinking about it. Like, I think our transit system is fairly poor compared to a lot of communities. To what degree do you think that would help, or even things like providing bicycles to students, or what other kinds of options could be helpful for transportation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because SET, stops at the city limit, and the high school that I was a fan advocate at, we had a lot of students that lived in Deschutes River Woods, and they had no access to a city bus, right? So we do have these big gaps in transportation. Through FAN, we can help connect students with bicycles, but not a great alternative necessarily in the winter around here. So yeah, it is. I would love to see better public transportation options in Bend.
All right, let's go to Quinn.
I mean, we're here, so we're helping this way. But other than this, what can we do to be more involved in this in the future? How can we get, our hands dirty?
That's good. I don't know. With the position that I have, the work I do, I mean, I think the biggest thing is, and maybe this isn't getting your hands dirty, but it's really breaking down that shame blame mindset we have as a country, really, around folks who are experiencing homelessness, because that it can become such a barrier for folks seeking services. I'll have moms in tears worried that they're going to lose their children to child welfare. That poverty or homelessness is not in itself neglect or abuse, right? That we need to, and that's why, I really emphasize, I'm the McKinney-Vento liaison. I'm not the homeless liaison. I'm the McKinney-Vento liaison, and I'm here to ensure that your rights are protected.
Let's go to Max.
Is this working? There we go. As McKinney-Vento advocate, what are your main sources of funding? And was there any extra funding included in the school levy that got shot down last year? Well, this May.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. It is a Title I program. Again, I'm not in the, yeah. So funding, it's pretty limited, right? I started right during COVID and got really used to those American Rescue Plan grant funds, and they were fabulous. So I'm pretty limited. I can help with gas cards in the interim when we're setting up transportation, or for highly mobile families that it's difficult to set a fixed bus route up for. If they're able to provide transportation, I can help with some heating and costs. And again, I'm really referring to those FAN advocates in the schools and my community partners to help with resources. So, yeah.
Let's go to Margaret.
How are the students made aware of your availability?
So, yeah, great question. So the staff is trained, the school district staff is trained. I get a lot of my referrals from the registrars at the schools who are doing that initial enrollment. And when they say, I need proof of address, and a family's like, I can't really provide that. School counselors are a referral point as they get to know their students, especially in high school, because we do have more unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness in the high schools. Community members, J-Bar-J is a great community partner. They are aware of, my role and my services, McKinney-Vento program. But, we have flyers around the school. I try to speak at, community events, but again, I don't get many invitations, unfortunately, yeah. So,
Do you have information around the school that they could see that this is available and go see?
Yes, and information out in the community. And actually right now I'm working on updating that flyer, because it used to be as a kid with his head in his knees and his backpack, and it was homeless. It was terrible. It was okay, how can we make this look more shameful? So I'm in the process of updating posters and flyers, but yeah, that's something we need to get out in the community more. Thank you.
All right, if folks who've already spoken could turn down their name tags, just so we're clear on that. No problem. I think Brenda, you'll be the last here, and then go for it.
Okay.
It's related to Margaret's question. Do the kids have to have their parents' permission to go to you for help?
Oh, no, that's a good question. Yeah, they do not. So under McKinney-Vento, paperwork cannot be a barrier to receiving services. So students can seek out services on their own behalf. And I'm there to support that. Like, especially if we talk about the high school student who's unaccompanied, they can fill out their own enrollment paperwork, and we're going to work to get them enrolled as quickly as possible. We don't need, or if a student maybe that's unaccompanied is living with a friend or relative, we don't need legal, guardianship paperwork or anything like that. We just want to help kids get enrolled and receive services they need.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sandy. Appreciate your time.
I'm sorry,
one more thing.
Can
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just say one thing?
Of course.
I just wanted to say too, I'm a big supporter of safe parking and shelter services being in town. We cannot get, under Oregon Department of Education transportation rules, we can't get buses down dirt roads, and there needs to be adequate area for a bus or a school vehicle to be able to turn around safely. So it's a real barrier if we have families that are camped out and they're far in on a dirt road to be able to get them, a school bus and get them to school. So I strong supporter of that. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
All right, onward. I see some folks gathering toward the back of the room up there, which is exciting. I'm going to give a quick introduction to what this sort of workshop setting is going to look like with those, and this is the folks who are sort of farther down the list. There were that list of presenters. There's folks at the four at the top. You've heard from all of them now. Now the folks below them are going to be around the rest of the small group tables. And Lauren, actually, how many folks are we expecting? 9 or 10? Not sure yet. All right, we're going to create 10 groups, and then if we have to remix, folks into other groups, that'll be just fine. Okay, so this is exciting. I hope we find this to be a fun format. There will be no moderators in these small groups. Well, that's not quite right. You will be the moderators, or some of you in these small groups. Some of you will be taking notes, and some of you will be keeping time. So you are the hosts of this workshop, and yes, as per the last couple of days here, your main role is to ask questions and seek out information, of course, but you'll also be just managing these small groups. There'll be 10 groups we'll create here, and I'm going to go around and sort of in groups of 2 or 3, and ask who wants to be sort of moderator and who wants to take notes or be in charge of that. Everybody can take notes, of course, but we'll have sort of big pieces of paper out on the table to take big notes on, which will go up on the wall. So that'll be the role of that note taker. And who wants to keep time, because you'll be switching groups at about the halfway point here. This will be for an hour, and you'll switch groups halfway through. Oop. 9 groups. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Okay, super. Okay, cool. So does that format makes? Oh, let me explain one more thing. You'll be using the 5 tables in there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that you've already been using. And then you'll also be using the corners of the U here. That's why these chairs have been here. You might have been wondering since yesterday. Ta-da! So these will be groups 6, 7, 8, 9 at those 4 corners. And we'll have a little bit of a reset here for a moment. So after I do this, we'll take a quick break. But please don't get up just yet until we're done, because there'll be noise. But yeah, it looks like there is actually food out there. We didn't think catering would be happening just yet, but help yourself while we're sort of resetting the room here. All right. Oh, any questions about the format or anything about this? Okay, cool. All right, cool. So you will be group 1 for this, the 3 of you. Does one of you want to be kind of more of the moderator of the group, looking out for group agreements and that kind of thing? You don't have to do much. Note taking, time. Okay. Well then, Awesome. By process of elimination. All right, you're group 2, or actually, you will be group 6. I know this is going to be confusing. All right, you'll be group 6. Time, awesome. Notes, moderator, fantastic. All right, group 2, thank you. Yeah, that's the method I was going for. I don't know why I've decided to do it this way. I know. I'm mixing and matching a little bit. And yeah, anyway, well, maybe it doesn't make, we're doing it now. All right, who wants to note take time? All right, moderate, note takes. Okay, fantastic. All right, you'll be group 7. 3 of you, yeah, who wants to do what? Time. Notes, moderator, fantastic. All right. Group 3. We group 3 of you, Eve, Sharon, Bill. Moderate, time, notes. All right, gives you notes. All right. It's absolutely. No, the 2 of you. Yeah, just Dolman, just give me a second here to do a little math. Pause for math break. Thanks. Yeah, I think we're still going to do groups of 3, actually. So let's go. The 3 of you who wants to do what? Time. Moderate. And then it'll be group 8. That's so terrible. Group 4. Break my brain. I don't know why I just said that. Okay, group 4, 3 of you. Who wants to do what? Not notes. Judy's notes. Moderate. Time. Beautiful. Your group 4. What are we left with? 5 and 9. Fantastic. Oh, that works out. Okay, so you're 5. I'll make you 5. Who wants to do what? Time. Notes. Moderator. Fantastic. Your group 9. Time. Moderate. Moderate and notes. Okay, all right, great. So do we have group 1? Let me just make sure I got all the numbers right. We have group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank goodness. Okay, cool. All right, take 10 minutes, or let's see here, actually take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes for just the quickest break and head to those tables. For those of you 6, 7, 8, 9, just kind of come back to this area. Right. And when you all end up those groups, introduce yourselves first, as you have been doing, and find out who your guest is, and start chatting. All right, let's move back toward the U, the great U. Does everyone see like a batch of sticky notes in front of them somewhere or other? Or are we missing sticky notes anywhere? Yeah, there's enough lying around, more or less. No, not for me, for you all. No, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, no, I'm good. Yeah, just to make sure there are some in front of everyone. All right, great. So, let's see. That happened so fast. Okay. So this is just going to be a 15 minutes. I'm not sure if we've done just a standard kind of debrief in the large group here, but it'll just be 15 minutes to kind of reflect on everything that's happened today. No big deal. I also want to acknowledge a little bit of feedback from a couple folks that some of those transitions in there were pretty awkward, and apologies for that. We'll try to arrange the room a little bit better, and I'll do my numbers in order of numbers. So thanks for your patience and heard and acknowledged. And yeah, let's just take a few minutes to just kind of sit quietly and reflect on the things that have happened that you've heard from today, and on what the classic questions, what insights have emerged, what further questions you have, and yeah. And if you think of those, please write them on sticky notes. Let's just take a few minutes. Great. You can continue writing, continue thinking. Sorry to interrupt your time here, but just want to pop a few out into the room if anybody has one they're thinking about and would like to share, question or insight. Bill, go for it.
Just now with Colleen from Central Oregon something. Well, Fuse, okay, Fuse, but she doesn't want to use that acronym. She described all the work that they've done, and it began with helping 9 people across the state to find housing. And I thought that's a reminder that some of the actions that we might recommend at the end of this thing don't have to be, you know, like enormous, amazing feats, but we might make some recommendations for small incremental actions.
Thanks for that. Brenda? Oh, okay. Psych. Anybody else? Alex?
I think a common theme that I've seen over today has been lack of funding. So everybody is saying how they need more money to accomplish the tasks that they have in mind. Something to think about, I guess, as a collective is how we could find those funds without making it overly expensive for the rest of the population to live in the area. Yes, we want to help fund these programs, but then we do not want to bring people maybe on the brink of that middle class down into the lower class, because now they're having to pay so much extra to fund these other programs.
Thanks. Colleen?
We talked in our group a bit about low-income housing and what a process that is to create more of it, and that the way the federal government helps with that is largely because it needs to be connected to services. It can't just be housing units going up. It has to be connected to services that can help support the people that are there, and that was a little bit of a newer thing that was discussed in our group, and I feel like more information or maybe spreading some of that information might be great.
The final thought anybody wants to bring forward? Yep, go for it.
I know you said earlier that we could have suggestions for people we wanted to hear from in the future. And I know we had Sandy today, but I'd be really interested in talking with someone who's in the education field, current or former teacher, who could shed some more insight and we could ask questions to about their experience with this.
Oh, you've absolutely set up the next section beautifully. Thank you very much. As if we'll talk about payment later. Yeah. I mean, so the final section of today is to head back into small groups. Yes, another move. I know this is a lot of moving around, but this will be a lot better in small groups to get better discussion on exactly this topic. Please, by the way, put that on a sticky note and add it to the new section that you may have noticed appeared down there, which is information requests. Now that might be requests for information, but even better yet, people or types of people or organizations or types of organizations that you want to hear from. Now you can do that on your own at any point before you leave today, but we're going to split up into the same small groups, the regular 5, nothing complicated, that we used earlier today. and your moderators will ask you to take a little bit more quiet time to write down on sticky notes people, types of people, organizations, types of organizations, or resources or information that you'd like to hear from next weekend. And please be as specific as you can, but if you can't be specific at all, that's okay. It just helps us try to find what you're looking for. And we can't guarantee that we'll be able to find what you're looking for, or that that person or organization will be able to show up. About 40 some people were invited to this workshop, and 10 were here. So, you know, there's some, it can be hard for folks to show up, but this is also an opportunity now that you all are here to request information that we may be able to get. Even if the person can't show up, they may be able to send a document or something like that. And your moderators will then also ask you to sort of write the thing that you're looking for, but then on the back of the sticky note or at the bottom or whatever, add a little note if you can about why you'd like to hear from them, what you'd like to hear from them about, because speakers often want to know that. That'll help them make the best use of their time and your time. All right, we're going to do that for about 25 minutes. Come back here, close out the day, and have ice cream cake. Any questions before we do that, or thoughts, or you know, anything? All right, head to small groups. The original groups from today. Yep, the very original groups, if you can remember what those are. The original 5. we're so close. Come on back to the big U. And just got a couple of housekeeping things to finish up the day. And then cake. I'm obsessed with the cake. It's ice cream cake, though. If you have anything to go on any of these now 5 different walls up here on the glass, please put them there. Or if your moderators are doing it, that's cool too. And just as a reminder, we'll do our best to contact everyone that you've nominated. If you if there are multiples of things, if you marked that multiple people agree or something like that, we'll definitely put a little extra effort. But in general, we'll look for all this stuff. That's not a guarantee that we'll be able to find it, but do our best. Are researchers ready with the end of day survey, by the way? Okay, fantastic. Well, still, don't worry, you've got 5 minutes at least. Just as a reminder of where we're at, we're here on the end of day 2, where, as promised, we touched ever so briefly on at least the idea of principles, and I see some principles and potential solutions starting to be add on there. If you do have any more, please put them there, but that's a great start for next weekend. Also, actually, one more request that I realized, if there are any questions that you had put up here previously that you would like to be asked, that they're sort of directed toward, you now think, maybe a particular person or a particular organization, if you can add a little note to that, that'd be great. And we can, prep them in advance. It just gives us more material so they know what to come back to you with. So just add a little note on any of those questions that are up there with that. We're through a lot of information gathering, but there's still definitely more to happen. When you come back on the next day, that Friday, October 4th, at 9 a.m., once again, by the way, we will have a number of new folks who you've selected, or representatives of organizations for you to talk to, and also a resource list, a list of documents that you'll have time to look through. On the next day after that, on the Saturday, we'll be doing, I think we've called it a fact-checking party, or more information, I forget what we called it. But basically we'll have sort of stations around the room where folks who you've already heard from, who may have particular expertise, will be a resource, and there will also be sort of laptops set up to look at documents and that kind of thing. This will be further along into your sort of working on solutions period. So that's kind of the next part of that era. There's still information that will be available, resources for you to dip into to kind of check on, as you're kind of starting to analyze some of these particular possibilities. I'm going to let Grace do the next section and talk about some logistics stuff, if you're ready.
Okay, So the next time we're here, it will be a Friday, which means parking on campus is going to be just a little different. We need to pay for it. And the way that parking works here on campus is a little bit complicated. It includes downloading an app on your phone, entering your phone number into the app, getting a confirmation code sent to you to verify that that's actually your phone number, creating a PIN, and then putting in the zone where you're parked, which around here is this one, 97700. And then the code you will use so that we can pay for your parking is Democracy24. And that is printed in your binder, as is the name of the app. But we figured a QR code might help you get there faster. And what I've discovered is that it can be a little finicky. And so if you wanted to go ahead and download that this weekend, you won't have to do it Friday morning when you're rushing to get in here. That's a suggestion. All right. And so also don't forget that if you have reimbursement forms, you can hand them to me, you can email them to me, or you can bring them next time. Okay? Okay, I think that's it.
One more reminder, there's going to be a 3-week break here, and I actually heard that there was a question in a small group about why 3 weeks. That was mostly logistical, if my memory serves, in terms of when the space was available and when everybody was available to do it. But it also had to be at least 2 weeks because we need to go out and search for all this stuff that you're requesting, or as much as we can find. So 3 weeks gives us some time to do that. That is a break, though, and there's going to be, you're all going to forget some things that have happened, and that's a long time to sort of break and come back. So, feel free to sort of refresh yourself in that time about what you've done here, or talk to people about what you're doing here. Just as a reminder to please take a note if somebody says something interesting to you. If you say if you hear something, or if somebody recommends a bit of information, or you have an interesting discussion, and bring that back to the assembly here. We'll have a little time after that break to check in and see if anything interesting came up. And with that, maybe I'll turn it over to you, Josh, and to just say thank you so much. We've completed weekend 1. Congrats.
Yay. All right. I'm not gonna go for long. It is notable that today is the second birthday of Democracy Next. So this is a birthday party of sorts. They've given us all of the framework and the kind of the understanding of how these processes work to be able to pass along to you, and to watch it now be in action for 2 days and watch you all turn into this kind of very professional organization is pretty cool. So once again, just inspirational to watch all of this happen. And we'll be back. There's just such growing interest in that last day in particular. On the 6th, we are going to have a bunch of government officials, not in their own sort of positions sitting up to receive the recommendations. That'll happen later. They're going to be sitting up in the observation crew with families and the people of this community who are impacted. The head of the university, I think, will be here. A lot of community leaders. So as I said, just the momentum, the excitement about what you're all doing is growing, and know that it's truly, truly meaningful. And now to celebrate the birthdays and to celebrate what you're all doing, we are going to roll out the ice cream cake donated by Ben & Jerry's, who does a lot of social work. So thanks again for everything. There may be a couple more things that you hear from someone. I don't know for sure. We wanted to take a picture of everyone. Is this okay if we do a big group photo? It'll be just for internal purposes, but I think you all may want to have this when it's all said and done. Where did you guys want to do it? Did you want to try to get people up on the stairs? Okay. Outside. And then we'll come back in for cake. Thanks, everybody.
And please do come back in because the surveys are here. Sorry.